What's the matter, kitty? Let's get this chat up. Hey, Cyber Bob. That was quick. Ah, come on. Why is it upside down? Windows always does that. Display settings. Oh, I know why. I don't have screen rotate turned on. There we go. Let's make it bigger so I can see it. That looks good. Go. And Woodville Maker Lab. How are you doing? Well, it was surprisingly easy, but I figured out how to do the end cap in one piece. So now it's just 3 pieces plus the inserts, to fill in the end there. And something else I did is I put a little notch sticking out on there, so that this will, over time, it'll actually form an impression, kind of helping to lock that in there so it doesn't come out. But you just basically want to print it just a hair oversized, so you got to squeeze it in there. Hey Cassandra, I figured it out. So you'll be able to print a USB end cap for the flashlight now. We'll be uploading the power bank today, and you can just print these 2 pieces and replace those 2 pieces on the end of your flashlight. So you can either print this end cap for the flashlight, or you can print this end cap for the flashlight and add the USB. So you'll be able to use the flashlight as a USB power bank. The only thing you have to do is run 1 extra wire down the length, and there's already 2 channels built into it for that. That's it's less than $5 that part, and it's 2 easy solder joints. I gotta order more of them actually, but yeah. So this will, and if you want to build the power bank as well, you don't have to use 2. You could use just 1, and but kind of the fun is to have 2. You could have just had 1 unit and then just use a blank cap for the other end. But yeah, all I do is the thickness in here, I'll show it to you in a second. I just made that a cone with a hole in the middle, so the wires come through the hole in the middle. This way it prints without supports. That came out a lot better. This is using the Polymaker 85A, I think it is, or 90A, the slightly softer Polymaker. I just used 3 perimeters and a little bit more infill, give it a bit more rigidity. But yeah, that turned out. And I also thinned out the body, so it's much easier to grip and hold. Yeah, that came out great. And the cool thing is you can plug in 2 20-watt USB-C devices, and you can plug in 2 20-watt chargers. So you can charge this at 40 watts. That's pretty slick. And that'll also work for the flashlight. If you add the USB cap to the flashlight, plug a charger into this port, and you can plug a charger into the port on the flashlight and charge it twice as fast. It's a 20 amp hour battery, so we can easily handle 40-watt charge. In fact, I'm even thinking about just for the hell of it, I was gonna try to work on double stacking those boards, so I can have 2 of them on here and then have 4 of them on 1 battery. Let's see, 80 watt hours would be the max you'd pull. Volts times amps, so I think watts divided by volts will give you amps. Let's verify that. We have 12.8 times 20 gives us, no, that's wrong. No, I'm sorry, 3.7. Actually 3. Let's go 3.5 times 20. There we go. So 70 divided by 0.5 gets me back to 20. So divide by the voltage. So if I have 80 watt hours and divide by 3.7, I'm only drawing 21 amps, which is 1C. So that's fine. That should handle that just fine. Which means I could plug 4 of these boards into one battery. And so you could charge 4 20-watt devices simultaneously. And good morning, Joel. Joel Led. State Fair. Well, all I really did was take an off-the-market board and attach it to a battery. I mean, the only thing I really did was recognize that I could use that off-the-shelf board and design a 3D printed case to go around it. That's all I did. But that came out really nice though. I love this color. Oh, I love that color. That's neon orange CPE filament from Filamentum. That's beautiful color. I also printed a, oh no, this is the old body. This one, the print failed, so I only got a couple of threads, but that is just enough threads for that to thread onto. So I'm not sure if that's going to be usable, but I'm going to try because that's just a beautiful body to waste. So I'm going to try to use that. But yeah, so this is done. One thing I was thinking about is that me, Big Bad Joe. Oh, so that's your new name? Changed it from Big Bad Joe? On the one hand, I hate adding screws where I don't need them. And this only needs 8 screws. Just the 4 screws, screw in the board. The 4 M2 screws, just to screw in that board. Technically, I guess you could just stick it in there and not screw it in, but I'd rather screw it in. And it's going to jiggle around if you don't. It's going to move. The right way to do this is a bayonet. Because right now you have to twist the wires inside when you screw this on. So what I do is I unscrew it first to twist the wires backwards, so that when I screw it on, I'm actually untwisting the wires. The only problem is that you got to be careful using wing nuts because the wires can grab the wing nut and twist it. You got to make sure you have enough excess wire that you're not yanking the wires if they do get hung up on the inside. So make sure you use a couple extra centimeters of wire. Otherwise, assembling is stupid easy. It's so easy. Basically, you solder 2 wires to the 2 boards. The one board you have a long red and a short black. The other board you have a long black and a short red. What you do is you send the long wires through both ends, and then you slide the battery in, and then you attach the 2 reds to the one side and the 2 blacks to the other side, and that's it. You're done. Super easy. Hi, baby. Good boy. Boy. He's a good. Yes, he is. A baby. Yeah. His fur so soft today. So soft. Helping to keep it warm, maybe. But yeah, 21 amps should be within the specs for that battery. So in theory, I could plug in 4 chargers and charge that bitch at 80 watts. But that'd be a pain in the butt. Just 2 is enough. 40 watts is plenty fast enough. But you could if you want. So let's get that processed today since the files are done. I've got these pretty close. So the way this works, if you're going to use one board, you print one of these, you print one of everything. If you're going to print a dual board like this one, using two boards, which I would if I were you, since it's only $5 for another board, you don't print this. You just print two of these. And of course, two of those. This goes on top of the battery when you slide the battery in. And then this sits inside this cap, only on the other end. So actually, it'd be easier if I just showed you in here. Let's do this. I also realized that this needs to be split. So this just has a split down the middle so that you can make sure the wires go inside. This way the wires don't twist around the outside of this. And also this makes sure that the wires aren't getting pinched between this and the battery. Okay. As you can see here, I also double chamfered this because number one, it'll print easier, and it also means you can print it either direction. So the way this works, the battery slides in here, and this stops the battery from going any further. Problem is, this is hard plastic, so that's where this comes in. This is a washer that you print in TPU. If you're using a soft TPU, use 3 perimeters and like 25% infill. Using a hard TPU, use like 2 perimeters or even 1 perimeter. And you'll just tweak the amount of, you want it to be slightly squishy, but you don't want it to flatten. The idea is this washer would sit on top of the battery, and then you would slide the battery into the unit. Same with the flashlight. And the washer would sit here between the body and the battery. This acts as a shock absorber. Now this means this would go something like this. So the washer would sit here like that. And this sits in here like this. So this will sit right on top of the battery, kind of like that. And then this threads onto the end. This way, the battery is effectively encased in TPU. So if the battery tries to go this way, this TPU hits this TPU and acts as a shock absorber. If the battery tries to go this way, it hits this TPU and acts as a shock absorber. The idea is to not shock that battery too hard if you drop this. Hard plastic. You do need both ends to be TPU, so even if you're only putting one board in, you still need to print this cap in TPU, because otherwise, when you drop the flashlight, if it hits that end and it's not TPU, it's just going to shatter. And this battery's 400 grams. You drop this without TPU, it's almost certainly going to shatter. And but yeah, that's it. It's that simple. Super, super simple. In fact, let me set this up for all this, since I need to make an instruction manual. That looks good. Go. We're going to rotate this so we can see the opening. Okay. Take this. We align it this way. Take this. This. Okay. This. Line it on this. This way and this way. Okay. This. Going to go right angle to the USB-C. It's going to go this way. This way. Well, I almost got it. That. Make this transparent so we can see inside. Then we Control D, rotate 180. Then down here like this, just like that. There. Make this transparent. It's transparent. Go grab the battery. Flashlight. You haven't used Tinkercad? Tinkercad rocks. I design everything in Tinkercad. I mean, everything. Just to give you an idea of what I've designed in Tinkercad. I've designed a dual USB power bank in Tinkercad. I designed this flashlight in Tinkercad. I design rockets in Tinkercad. I design lanterns for the front of my house in Tinkercad. This is all designed in Tinkercad. I do everything in Tinkercad. I just really prefer that WYSIWYG visual orientation. Let's see. Paste the battery. Take you and you. We're doing a line on you. There and there. There's the battery. Oh, this is so easy for me. You just grab it and move it where you want. And then I need one more piece, I think. Yes. This one. Oh, nice. I really want to I really want to dabble with Meshtastic. There it is. Let's see, copy that. Let's go back to power bank. GDMK on printables. Nice. Now, if you're already using a proper CAD program like Fusion or Onscape or SolidWorks or something like that, then obviously you're going to stick with that. But for super fast, easy stuff, it's just hard to beat Tinkercad. Oh, right now it's just money. I don't have the money to buy anything. Is poor. Okay. This is the circuit. I hate when it does that. I don't want that. Just do that. Actually, since circuit boards are typically green, do it green. Okay. I live on about $400 a month. That's what I'm earning from my YouTube channel right now. So that's what I live on. Let's do this. Okay. You go in like this. I did not want both. Hey, SPC. All righty. There. Now, see, here's something cool you can do with CAD programs. You can do this with theoretically any CAD program. It's good when you need the equivalent, nice, clean drawings, or when you need to make instruction manuals. So I need to make an instruction manual for how to build this thing. And so here is a blow apart drawing of my gadget. So now I can show all the components that go into making this gadget. For simple stuff, yes. Now, here's where Fusion 360, well, any CAD program rules. When you have to adjust something, make something parametric, tweak something, alter something, well, that's when Tinkercad gets a little slower. And then, of course, you have powerful things you could do, like filleting and stuff like that, that I have to do manually with Boolean cuts that you don't have to. Okay. All right, let's take a screenshot. There you go. There's a page in the instruction manual. I'll label all this in Photoshop. It's a lot easier to label stuff in Photoshop. Let's see. Now that we have this, now something else I can do is, for example, if I want to move around a whole bunch of this stuff, but I want to be able to bring it back to looking like this later, here's what you do. You leave it. Just load something else. And then you go back. Now I've destroyed all the history. Now the individual subcomponents are still there, but the history of all the actions I performed, that's now gone. And the advantage of that is I can now move stuff around and then just back all the way to the beginning. So now I can grab stuff, move it around, manipulate things, whatever I want. And then when I want to get back to where I was, all I gotta do is keep hitting back to the first step, and it puts everything right back where it was. Very, very convenient for making instruction manuals. Now here's what I did inside the cap here. Let's make this not transparent. See what I did inside here. See, I put this cone in here, that cone shape. That's what allows this to print. Now I had to get rid of that nice clean joint that I had. So this cap was designed, you see how it fits over that edge really nicely there. That's because there's a really thin lip on the cap there, because I printed it this way. So that lip interfaces really nicely. Come on. That lip interfaces really nicely with the body there. Now on this model here, you can see that's a bit more abrupt. It doesn't have that clean interface, and that's because I needed this bottom edge to be enough for you to be able to print it on the bed. Otherwise, it won't stick. So I lose that smooth interface layer there, but I gain the ability to print that in one piece and not have to worry about that wishy-washy two-part arrangement, which sucked. So I'd much rather have that. Let's see. So now I can. So step one is going to involve these three pieces. So I can bring them over here. This. Now, if I remember correctly, actually, it doesn't matter. You'll figure it out. What I can do is, let's see. Why don't I see shapes? Oh, it's over here. One by one. What the fuck? Where'd it go? Deleted it. Why did it do that? I have no idea why it did that. Why can't I grab you? There. Control D. I want you here like this. Okay, you are going to be black. Going to be red. Going you into a union. That. Bring you up there. That's good. Deselect. Jeez. Now I can. It wouldn't deselect it for some reason. I need a screenshot of this. Okay, now I can delete that. Bring this all back. Okay. Stop getting in my way. You out of my way. Oh, come on. There we go. There. Now we drag you in like this. The screenshot. Then drag this in, showing that this will get installed like this. And take another screenshot. See, now I'm creating all the illustrations. One of the biggest problems of creating an instruction manual is generating all the illustrations. Well, I could do that in Tinkercad with screenshots. So I can generate all these illustrations that I need for assembling things like this. Now we take all this, we hide it, all this, hide it. Now we're going to be manipulating these. Oh no, actually we're not. We've got to go back to the beginning again. Go. Let's wait for it to load. Hey, red light, how are you doing? Okay. We're going to hide this and this, this. Warm. Oh, your heater's working. That's good. Oh, I almost forgot. I got to send Michelle. He's already conceding. He's preparing his excuse. Nice. Let's see, forward. Shall. Send. Preparing his defense. Okay. So now we take a screenshot of inside of the, well, first unselect, thank you. Take a screenshot of the inside here so you can see that there's two channels. Download. All right, now we take this, bring it back, showing this. Hide you. Hide you. Let's rotate a little bit. Zoom in. Good enough. Take another screenshot. Download that. Then we just hide this just so it looks cleaner. not what I asked you to do. Okay. I'm not showing you my screen? Did I switch that? Nope. Q. So basically, I'm using Tinkercad as an Illustrator program to create the illustrations for the instruction manual doing this. We're doing the battery bank because I just finished it, and the battery bank is really, really easy. The flashlight's going to take me a lot longer because there's a lot more steps. Let's see here. Do I need anything else added to this? No, this is it. Then take a screenshot, and here it is. Okay. Now let's align this all together as if it's fully assembled. So the way you can see is this and this are made of TPU, so that cushions the battery inside the flashlight, giving some shock absorption. And then these caps screw on the end. Like that. Like that. Let's do a screenshot of that. Okay. And then we disassemble this. And so it looks like my picture. Let's change the colors. Orange. This is going to be blue and blue. Okay. What you end up with is this. Let's rotate this around so we can see the ports. There we go. We're going to hide this. That is a finished power bank. And now you see I've done all these operations to this. Well, all I have to do is hit back. All the way back to the beginning. There you go. Wait for it to load. It just undoes everything I just did. Really. There you go. Bingo bango. You're back to where you started. Isn't that nice? All right. I no longer need the battery. Might as well put this all back the way it was. Drop. No longer needs to be transparent. This. Drop transparent. I do not need two of these. All right. Drop transparent. This does not need to be split in half anymore. Unhide all the parts. You are not needed. You are the alternative cap. I don't need the circuit board here. You are the insert cap. Right. There. Okay, so okay. Right. Here is your parts. Okay. All right. All right, let's make sure I have everything downloaded. Let's see. New folder, USB power bank. Why are you doing that? USB power bank. Okay. Downloads. Let's see. Washer and insert. Which I need for both, actually. Okay. Those are the old versions. Okay. I think I need all three of these. Let's see. Yep. There's the cap. There's the body. There's the insert. There's the washer. There's the cover. And I also need a copy of this. Thanks, Woo FPV. Hey, Michelle. Ender's chilling here. Oh, it's somewhere else. It's probably at the front door. Oh, wait a minute. No, these all three have to go away. Those are the bad versions that I don't want. Where's all the files? Oh, they're somewhere else. MK3. Here they are. Flashlight. Go. I have to delete that MK3 folder later. STL. Oh. Extra large. All right, here it is. Copy. Here. This will be cap. No USB. Cap. Why does it do that? That's so aggravating. Okay. So there's the no USB cap, there's the USB cap, there's the cover, there's the body, there's the shock absorber insert for one end and the washer insert for the other end. That is all the components necessary. Now let's verify integrity. Nice. I'll be on until about 2:30. Then I have the Roadrunner pickup. Okay. One shell, we're good. No errors. One shell, no errors. One shell, no errors. One shell, no errors. These are simple. They shouldn't have a problem, but check them anyway. One shell, no errors. Okay. So the files are all good. Now the bomb, we just need silicone wire and the board. Let's go bring up a picture of the board. Take you out of the full screen mode. Let's go to AliExpress. Something else I'm working on. I'm gonna make a I'm gonna experiment with making a Bluetooth speaker using this battery. I mean, why? I mean, I already have a really nice JBL speaker, and I have the job site speaker. I just want to. And I want one using this gigantic battery, just because I can. No other reason. Um, it's chilly today. At least it feels chilly. Should be warmer. Well, I'm not wearing a jacket. Should be wearing a jacket. So I ordered this board, which is just a Bluetooth board with a volume knob. Got all the wires. Um, $2. And for $5, I got 2 sets of 63mm speakers. So that should be all you need, plus the battery and the 3D printed parts we come up with to make a Bluetooth speaker. Alrighty. Where is it? There it is. Go. Take a screenshot. This is the board. I do need to order a few more of these. Okay. That it? I don't know. Don't know if it added it. I think it did. I do need some M2 screws. There it is. 2 of those. Right. M2 by 8 screws. Actually, I should probably do M2 by 10. I need pointy screws, though. Those are perfect. It's 500 of them, exactly what I need. But, oh, there it is, 10mm. Okay. Really? What's the point of having them colored? Oh, man. I wish it was panhead and not freaking, countersunk. I want to add it because that's a good price. Really? Gonna give me a hard time? Whatever you are, you can go away. Go away too. Add to cart. What I want is self-tapping hand head. This kind of head. No, I don't want that. I want Phillips. Keep it simple. Come on. I want 500 pieces. It's only 100, but I can get more. 10mm M2. No, wait a minute. The M2 was too small. I needed M3. That's right. For the one size, it was too small. I don't want countersunk. I want panhead. That's right. I need M3 for, I do need the two different kinds. Right, that's free shipping over 10. Add that. Then I also need the M2. Add that. But I can get away with using the countersunk for the circuit board. That I can get the 500 in. Yeah, that's cheaper. But I don't need that many. But still, I'm going to spend the same amount of money. If I get two of these, it's going to cost me $4. And these just $1 more, and I get 500 of them. I'm going to need probably two of those. Let's see. Now now the other thing I have to find. Oh, I also need number 8. Russ. 500 pieces. There's 100 quantity. Don't want a box. I just want a straight up huge quantity of them. I'll have to worry about that later. This is probably going to have hefty shipping. Oh, free shipping. But is 3/4 inch too long? 3/4 inch might be too long. Decided for 1/2 inch. You know, there's some parts where 3/4 inch would work fine, but there's other parts where the 3/4 inch might penetrate too far. At the top, no big deal. At the bottom, very big deal. Because you don't want to puncture your battery. Let's go to cart. Well, that's because it's got the batteries added. So I got to find a better deal for these batteries. I found them for $23 last week, and I can't find them now. C40 battery. Let's try that. C40 battery. I found 4 of them for $24, and I cannot find that listing again. It's like 23 and change. Price changed that quickly? $40 amp hour. Jesus. Come on. That's 30 amp hour. That's even bigger. Do this. Or nope. Way too much money. Come on, where are they? That's 20 for one. That's way too much money. Let's see what this one is. Wrong one. I swear I had it saved, but I can't find it for the life of me. That's 37. Too much money. But I'm betting you that was it, and it's just the price has gone up. Which means I might have to just wait and see if the price comes back down again. That's a lot of money. Ooh, what's this one? Let's see this one here. Nope, 73. Way too much money. Wait a minute. Didn't I link it? Oh, that's cute. See my profile, 3D models. Battery. No, that's Amazon. I didn't post a link to the I didn't post a link to the AliExpress listing. Oh, when I played that little video for those little magnetic sew-on magnet closures for like shirts and clothes and stuff like that, I got a copyright notice for that little jingle that played. Like, are you kidding me? Like, get over yourself. Yo. The problem is, how the hell am I going to find that link? I love Big Clive. He's good stuff. Okay. Wow. That's incredible. All right. Here's the chat, right? Where's the chat? Where's the, wait a minute, you can't see the chat? Are you telling me when you play back a live stream, you don't see the chat? What the hell's the point if you don't see the chat? Damn it. I was hoping to go through the chat and find the link. These. That little video when I clicked on that little magnetic closures, that gave me a copyright notice. That little piano jingle that played for that. Like, pathetic. Where is the chat session? Now, wait a minute. I edited that video. Is that edit to get rid of that jingle? Is that enough to break the chat? Come on. Really? I always thought the chat played back when you watched the live stream. I did not know the chat was not part of the playback. Live chat replay. Does editing it break the live chat replay? Oh my. It's gone. See how it's not here? So when I edited out that little clip to get rid of the copyright jingle, that must have broke live chat replay. Holy crap. Everything is available in Dollar Express except for you can get heat. I know I can get heat sinks in here. I've seen them. Huh. The new version has I did not know that 2 of these plus deleted the live chat replay when you did that. And it's still only $2. Wow. Boy, that's bullshit. Oh, that looks like it hurt. He felt that. Damn it. Oh, man. I bet you it was this right here, too. He says, idle unavailable. I bet you that's it right there. No, because that's the one I edited, and the chat's gone. So that must be what does it. That if you edit out a clip, it breaks the chat. I didn't know it would do that. I don't make much monetization on a live stream. I would have left it if I'd have known it would do that. Come on, there's gotta be a cheaper source. Oh man, I might have to just wait. I only have 2 of those batteries. How much are they? Yeah, $37. It's almost $10 each. And that's the smallest quantity I can get from this guy. Damn. Magnet. Why do they have screws? What are the screws for? You should be nuts, not screws. I just can't justify spending that right now. $23 I could spend. 37 I can't. Don't have it right now. I'd really like to mess with some sodium ion batteries. But until we have BMSs we can buy for them, I don't know enough about them to be able to mess with them. See, the low cutoff is 1.5, the high cutoff is 3.9, which means you can use a lithium iron phosphate BMS for this, because the high cutoff is 3.65 and the low cutoff is 2 volts. So that would be within spec for the sodium ion. You just won't get all of its capacity. It'll probably be more like a 12 or 15 amp hour battery, because you're not going to be able to fully charge and fully discharge. You can't use a lithium ion because that's going to charge to 4.2, which is too high. And your low side will be okay, but your high side will be too high. And at $30, it's not worth messing with right now when I'm not even going to be able to get the entire capacity. That's annoying. That's 22.5 watt, 3.2 volts. See, there's a different form factor of that charging circuit. For the speaker, I would like a square version of that charging board instead of a circle version like this. Or something like this. Problem is, this is not for lithium iron phosphate. Yeah, see, this is for 3.7, 4.2 volt batteries, which is no good. This one's LiFo. It's a bit bigger than I want, though. I don't want all these extra ports. That's because I edited it to remove that copyrighted song. And editing it to do that must break the live chat. I did not know that. This could work, but that's huge. That's so much bigger than I need. Well, that's an interesting design. The port standing straight up. That'd be pretty easy to design for. But I'm guessing it's not lithium iron phosphate. I do like the stand up. 4 cells, so this is designed for a 4S configuration. That's designed for 4S. BR1S. I want this for lithium iron phosphate. That is such a nice board. Ooh. Yuck. See, I miss anything up top here? I mean, I can make it work, just it's annoying. It's not the end of the world kind of thing. It's just, it'd be easier if I can get a little square one like this. These are just huge. That's the problem with those. Oh, that's just a charging module. How about this? Lifey power bank board. Well, that's outright no good just because of the price. But it did say lithium iron phosphate. Yeah, LifePo 4. That's exactly what I need out the side like that. But it's not worth $21. No, no, no. Not when I know I can get it for 4. What's the difference? Type B, type A. Oh, with the simple display, the really nice display. But this does look different. No, for Tenery lithium battery. Does not support iron. I see multiple versions. Maybe. No, it's just quantity. Lamp, full, lamp. That's for regular Tenery cells. Is that what I think it is? That would work if it was lithium iron phosphate compatible. But it's not. Annoying. Wow, that's in Dollar Express. Looks like it's designed for 2S, 4.5 volt minimum. That's a teeny little board. Cheap too. 18,650. All right, let's get what I got. Not the batteries. I can't afford that. There's the M2s I need, the M3s that I need. I want to get a couple more of those boards. Oh, these are the speakers I want. Hey, Jerry. All right, let's find those batteries and turn them off. So I can't. Is yeah, the price went up, I guess. That's too bad. That's annoying. Ooh. Yeah, this must have been it right here. This must have been the affordable one that was cheaper. Rid of these, since that'll give me space. It's gonna make me verify every single one. Yes, you are. You're a nudge. I don't need that. I only saved it because it's orange. The only reason I saved it was orange. I want to get some of these. This is the batteries for my digital camera. I have a Canon 5D, 5D SR, and it uses the LPE6. But this one, these were usually $40 a piece. They're finally getting affordable now. It's the same as the batteries I have now, except this one's USB-C instead of micro USB. Oh, nice. Wow, $518. That's insane. That one has shipping, which means it's going away. I guess I just have to wait until they go on sale again. Really should get one of these to mess with. Just can't justify it. I want to build one of these too. A backpack for the wall batteries. I also eventually want to get some of these to play with too. The flame lantern modules. Nice. I want to get these, but I know the moment I buy them, like a week later, they're going to be on sale for $1. I just can't pay $4, and I know it's going to be selling it. They're going to be selling it for so much cheaper. That'll just piss me off. I think that's it for now. Don't need you. All right, I get 2 more of these to play around with. Because for the USB, I'm going to tap into this for the 5 volts for the Bluetooth. Those are screws I need. I'm above the $10, so I get the free shipping. I already have the boost 12 volts. I already have the Variac for the 1824 volts. Hey, DeWitt. Hey, do you have that link for those batteries from last week? I can't find that cheap source for those batteries again. The power bank is done. We're getting ready to post it. So that is the USB power bank. I figured out how to print this in one piece except for the cover. And so you just print the 3 pieces plus the covers and you're done. And the washer and the insert, of course. But yeah, you can plug in 2 22-watt PD devices, and you can also plug in 2 chargers and charge this at up to 40 watts. So very cool. And I also slimmed this down, made it more compact. And nice. I could probably slim it more, but not worth it. Yeah, the batteries can't ship by air. That's why. The C40s, the C40 20 amp hour cells. These little boogers. It's just a boatload of power and a relatively affordable cell. Oh. Yeah, see, that's just too much money. The best I found is 37 now. Go to Dollar Express. So AliExpress. Click on Dollar Express. And then do a search for 3-volt 3V LED cob. I can't do that here because you can't search on the PC. You can search on a phone or tablet, but it'll be in my list. So hang on, I'll find it for you. Do a search for 3V LED cob, and it will pop up. You should be around $2 or $3 for 20 of them. They are stupid cheap. For like $17, you can get 100 of them. At 17 cents a piece. It's so fucking cheap. It's because they make so many of those things. It largely doesn't matter what the BMS looks like as long as it's a lithium iron phosphate BMS. So if you got the higher power one, that's okay. Just make sure you use 20 gauge silicone wire, and your PD trigger is going to limit you to 5 volts, which will limit you to about 5 or 6 amps. But yes, I'll show you the BMS in a moment. And it's also in the BOM PDF on the listing. If you download the BOM PDF, that has pictures of everything. Come on, I know you're in here. It's these lights here. These $2 lights. It's the LED modules from those. Yes. Yep. And it's a little sliver of a board. Looks like this. Not those, not those. Sorry, baby. Got the jumpers. There it is. It looks like this. It'll be a mess. If you can get the 3 amp one, that's the ideal. This is a 7 or 12 amp one. Yeah, the LED driver boards are dirt cheap. They're little break off boards. For those, use 22 gauge wire and it'll go right through the hole. Why isn't it showing me these? They pop up every single time I come in here. They're always here. And of course, now that I want to show it to you, it's making a mockery of me. You little bastard. I know how to do this. I'll add it to my shopping cart on the phone. So on here, you go to Dollar Express. And then on the phone, there's a little search icon up at the top here. We're going to type in 3V LED cob. Oh, what the hell? They're not there? Yeah, there they are. Price went up a little bit. Well, I got it added, but price is a lot higher. Wonder why the price went up so much. Nice. Here it is. So here it is, 20 pieces, $3.79. Come on. That's just that little LED module. Comes in a sheet. But 20 pieces for $3.79. So if we do a normal search, so if you're going to build a whole bunch of them, you should be able to do a search for it. 3V LED cob. Then you're looking for the little bear. I'm surprised these are this hard to find. Last week you typed that in and a dozen of them popped up. Or they may be selling out of them. I'm glad I bought 40 of them. Now, of course, worst case scenario, you could buy 3 of the little flashlights and tear them apart. Because they're only $2 a piece. There it is. There it is. So see how it comes in a sheet like that? That's what you're looking for. Am I showing you my screen? Yes, I am. That's what you're looking for right there. 20 pieces. That's too much money. This is choice, so it'll be free shipping. Here we go. Oh, here's the listing. Copy. Paste this in the chat. If you don't overdrive them, yes. Otherwise, do a heatsink. My flashlight design is designed to include heatsinks. So if you look in here, I have 2 heatsinks in there. One in there, and one in there. It's just sandwiched in there. They're dirt cheap. $15 on Amazon gets you 20 of them, or something like that. They're ludicrously cheap. You need 40 millimeter heat sinks, 40 by 40 by 11. But here's the LED emitters. Let's see, 100 of them is $16. 20 of them is $2.75. There's the part number to do a search. But they're stupid cheap. Stupid cheap. I'm really thinking I should buy a couple of hundred of these because I'm wondering, can I daisy chain like 5 or 6 of these together and actually put them right on the center of my ceiling? And I bet you I could light up an entire room with these things. Because if I daisy chain 8 of them together, I can run them straight off of 24 volts. If I run a 24-volt bus, just put 8 in each room and then use one of those 24-volt variacs to adjust the brightness, to customize the brightness however I want. That's interesting. And it'd be like literally flush mount. I mean, it'd be just flush right there. If you lower the power, they should be okay without a heatsink, since I'm pretty sure the flashlights do not have a heatsink. The ones that the $2 ones that you buy, the little keychain flashlights. And as far as the heatsinks, 40 millimeter heatsinks. Check Amazon, because some of these things are actually cheaper on Amazon. So these are 40, 40, 20. You don't want those. You want this, 40, 40, 11. Now, obviously, you don't want to pay that high price, but well, that might be more than one. No, but you can get they're very, very cheap. Oh, I'm not showing you the screen again. No. I mean, this is what you want, but obviously you don't want that one. That's a ludicrous price. These should be less than $1 each. If you want to splurge, you can do what I did and get copper ones. You know, if you want to build a really nice one, but there really is no reason to. It doesn't need copper. Oh, here we go. 248. I think it's 10 of them. No, it's each. It's probably each. Well, that's 248. But they should be cheap like this. Now you could also get an 80 by 40 if you want, and use a single heatsink. There's 10 of them for 17. Here's $2 each. But on Amazon, I found them cheap too. Those were the thick ones. Those are the 20 millimeters. Here, $7 for 4. $7 for 6. $6 for 6. That's $1 each. Here we go. 21 of them for 15. This is the one I found on Amazon. When I have the money, this is what I'll be buying to make the kits. Let's see. Copy. Paste. Yeah. There it is. $15 for 21 of them. Like I said, sometimes it's cheaper on Amazon. You just got to look around. That's why I say do the image search. So the PDF includes pictures, and that's so that you can use this little icon right here. See this little icon? Click on that, upload a photo, and it'll find what you're looking for. So for example, let's say I use this. I'll take a screenshot, grab that, download, or we grab a single one. Oh, that's sloppy. Here we go. This might work. Come on. Stop it, god damn it. Why won't this work? Oh, I'm stuck in capture. Come on! Go the hell away! Jesus! Screenshot. There we go. So if you take something like that, just click on this little camera icon. Upload a photo. Let's upload that. There, see? Now it's finding me all the different sellers. See how it highlighted the actual LED light? And now it's finding me all the sellers. Here's the 10 to 100 for $1.94. You're looking for ones that say choice, because that'll have free shipping. It says it's a 5-watt cob, but I don't think it's actually 5 watts. Oh, wow, you can get other colors, huh? Well, that's cool. Go $1.98, 10 to 100, $1.98, 10 to 100. Here's 20 pieces for $2.86. That's 10 for 5 too much. 10 for $2.60 too much. 10 for 5 too much. Well, it's kind of cool that you can get them in other colors. I didn't know that. And you can get them in warm white. If you really want warm white, you can get them in warm white too. Getting one of these in red might be nice. If you're getting it, you might as well. It'll make it easier for you, the thermal pad, but you don't need it. So necessary, no. Nice, yes. Oh, you get them in pink too. Nice. But red might be nice, but that's a lot of money. You only get one. Red turned down really, really low might be nice for Astro work. For when you want to retain your night vision. Because remember, it's not strictly about color. It's about lumens for night vision. So, red is not safe for night vision. The reason we use red for night vision is that in the past, the red lights that we've had available to us have been some of the dimmest lights we've had. And that's why red works well, not because of the color. It's because of the dimness. So you need to really dim it down to be effective for retaining your night vision. I didn't know these were available in different colors. Cool. I could find like a set that comes with like a whole bunch of different colors for a reasonable price, I'd probably do that just for shiggles. But remember, the key point is that these are 3-volt, which means they'll run off the native power from the cell, and the LED driver is just a constant current LED driver. So make sure you get the right ones. But yeah, it's these 3-volt LED cobs. Yeah, use the picture search tool, because as you can see, even the batteries I posted last week aren't available anymore. So posting links to AliExpress is kind of pointless. They're all going to be gone by the time it comes up again. Probably not the greatest shape to be posting around. I mean, that's the African symbol, so it's not the Nazi symbol, but still. Oh, that's interesting. 4,000K, 3,000K, 6,500K. I like 4,000K. That's kind of cool, but that's a lot of freaking money. Yeah, as much as I like that, I can't justify that price. Did you get Amazon credit for the Brother multifunction printer? Probably not. I did not see it. I was looking for it. Check. I did meet the bonus amount for this month. It's a lower limit, so it was a little easier to hit it. But yeah, I got the $85 bonus. I'll get that extra next month. That'll be real nice. Well, let's see here. So that would be a big day. Probably on a day like that. How much was the printer? There's $6.99. Brother printer. All right, let's see if I get any credit for it. Probably not. What day was that? That was the 20th. Nope, 0. Yeah, they're not giving me any credit for anything you buy. So it shows up, but they don't give me any credit. Bastards. And nothing you can do about it. That's not your fault. That's Amazon being a prick. Oh, you get up to 200 of them. Yeah. How much is 200? Less than 32? 22 bucks. Wait a minute. Oh, it's 200. So half that. That's 12 cents each. I can't afford that right now, but I'm going to add that to my shopping cart. That's 12 cents each. That's ridiculous. Wow. That is so cheap. It's because they make those little flashlights. And they make so many of those little flashlights. Everybody buys them. Every YouTuber out there, Wazoo, buys those little flashlights. Because they're handy. They're nice little flashlights. I mean, I'll even tell you to go buy it. It's such a nice little flashlight. They just don't last very long, the battery. They self-discharge pretty quick. Nice. I appreciate you guys going to the effort to use those links. Oh, here's the screws I use. 13 millimeters, half inch, 370. Oh, no, I don't want that head. I don't want that drilling head. You lose too many threads. What is this? Bluetooth decoding board. Oh, that's for charging something. That's for plugging in a USB drive, memory card. I wish they would make one of these that took full-size SD cards, because micro SD cards are a pain in the ass in the freaking car because they're so goddamn small that I would just rather use. Well, you know something, the flash card would be nice for keeping your playlist on there, your playlist that you always have. And then when you want to listen to different music, use the thumb drive. Because man, oh man, are those freaking memory cards a pain in the butt. They're so small. Well, that's kind of cool. USB to gator clip. Mm. I like going through the Dollar Express section just to see what they got. Well, let's get that uploaded. Oh yeah, I need a picture of that board. Did I already download a picture of the board? I think I did. Was it this one? Yes. There it is. Delete all this extra crap. Power module. Okay. I need that, and I need this one. So let's crop this. Control Y, Control S. So we're going to need this and this. Okay. That is everything. Let's get the power bank posted to printables. A new model. All right. $64 watt hour dual PD power bank. Oh, you also need the battery. Come on. Oh, for Christ's sake. Really? Go away. Thank you. All right, Or is it at least a vaguely reasonable one? That is a good enough picture. Come on. I hate when it lags. I'd ask you to do that. Shit. And I hate when it overlays like that. So what the hell are you talking about? Stay on the page. Why would you do that? I missed the hitbox. So I guess this would be under gadgets. Other gadgets. Original model. None of that applies. C40, 20 amp hour. Batteries. Use the pictures. Let's see. And let's make a real quick video describe how to do that as well. Come on, don't mess with me. I will bite you. Okay, so you want to build one of the USB power banks. The way this works is everything is printed in TPU except for this. This you can print in whatever you want. The battery is going to fill this space, so even PLA is just fine. Or if you want to make it really tough, print the whole thing in TPU. There's two end caps, two covers to cover the display inside. There's the circuit board. You will need 4 or 8 M2 screws to screw the board in. Any little tiny screws, they'll work fine. It's all designed to print without support. The one end of the cap has an insert, and the other end of the battery has a washer, all printed in TPU. That is to be a shock absorber for the battery. So if you drop this, you don't shatter that battery inside there. It's also why the ends are TPU. This is over 500 grams. This is well over half a kilogram. You drop this, it'll shatter if you don't print this in TPU. So stick the wires through the board, bend them so they come to the middle, then solder them in place. 4 solder joints, that's it, you're done. Now, there's 2 channels inside here. So the positive wire of one of these is going to lay in that channel and come out the other end. The negative wire of one of these is going to lay in that channel and come out the other end. So you're going to fully assemble the 2 end caps. And you're going to make sure the wires that you soldered on there, the one wire is going to be about that long, and the other wire is going to be about 50% longer than this board is. You're going to lay these 2 caps next to this body. You're going to send the wires both ways, and then you're going to hold the wires into that channel and slide the battery in. Once you slide the battery in, if you did it right, you're going to have 2 reds on one end and 2 blacks on the other end. Make sure you put a meter to the battery because it's not marked. Put a meter to it and figure out which end's positive and which end's negative and mark it. One cap with board is going to have a short negative and a long positive because that positive has to go down the length of the battery to the other side. This side is going to have a short positive and a long negative because the wire is going to have to go down the length to the other side where the negative is. Once you have them both connected and you have it all threaded together, what you're going to do is you're going to put the cap on the end here and you're going to turn the cap backwards like 6 times. Basically, you're twisting up the wire inside purposely so that when you screw the cap on, you're untwisting the wire. This way you don't twist up and yank those wires. So make sure you use 20 gauge silicone wire. Use good quality wire because with 2 of these connected, you can draw 22.5 watts plus however much power the A port will allow you to draw. There is a little opening here. You can just stick your finger in there to make the display light up. And yes, you can plug 2 chargers into this. So if you plug 2 20-watt chargers into this, you can recharge this at 40 watts. Battery's more than capable of handling that. I think this battery takes up to 80 watts. 1C would be 20 amps. It's 80 watts, so I wouldn't worry about that. Now that display only works if you only use one end. The moment you use two ends, those displays cease to have any function or meaning. That's because those displays use an algorithm to estimate the capacity of the battery. They do not use real-time data. So in theory, that display would actually get more accurate the more times you charged it. However, the moment you introduce a second board, well, those two boards don't talk to each other. So this one will say your battery's at 100%, and this one will say your battery's at 62% because you charged your phone. Now, the bad news is that means the percent display is absolutely useless if you use both ends. However, the battery management system does protect the battery in real time, meaning your min voltage cutoff and your max voltage charging stop are both honored regardless of what that display says. So for example, I discharged it down to 1%, and then I plugged in a phone into the other end and it discharged to 78%, and then it stopped because the battery protection kicked in and said, hey, you're at 2 volts, you're done. So you don't have to worry about over discharge or overcharge. But just keep in mind that if you use both ends, then you will get the percent display means absolutely nothing. It doesn't mean jack. So just ignore it. If you use just one end, then the display works fine. If you don't want to use two boards, then there's a blank cap that you can print. Still print that in TPU. These boards are about $4.25 on AliExpress. Don't even try going to Amazon. The places want like $40 for that board on Amazon. It's like, are you kidding me? It's like $4 on AliExpress. But yeah, that's that little board right there. Right there. All right. For $2, you can get yourself like 100 M2 screws, M2 by 10 millimeter screws to screw that in there. All the holes are there. No supports are needed. Just solder the two wires to it. They come out the center. Line it up, screw it in. You're done. You see the overhangs aren't perfect there, but who cares? It works fine. That's it. You now have a 64 watt-hour power bank that has 4 USB ports capable of putting out USB-C PD 22.5 watt bidirectional, and you can discharge from both and charge to both at the same time. So if you plug 2 phone chargers into this, you get double the charge rate. Nice. That's it. Hope you enjoy it. Okay, let's get that posted real quick. Let's go YouTube. Next. Unlisted USB instructions. Upload. Okay. See video. Oh, that's going to make the stream stutter. I forgot about that. No, it's not. It's actually trying to do it through not Wi-Fi. That would suck. Oh, it restarted. That's weird. Okay, whatever. As long as it works. Let's get a link for that. Hopefully it gives me a link. Yes. Let's see. Get shareable link. Copied to clipboard. Okay. Publish. Publish. License. Let's see. Attribution share like. Okay. Just making sure I didn't make a mistake. I better fix that. Because there's going to be somebody out there stupid enough to not understand that. Because some moron's going to reverse the polarity on the board, fry their board, and then blame me. Because they're too dumb to figure out what I meant. uh, that's why we have warnings like don't stick your hand inside the spinning metal blade, or don't drive your car into the ocean, because there are idiots who've done that and then want someone else to pay for their mistakes. Yep, there are people that dumb. Yes, there are. Well, not well. Actually, a lot of the times it's not dumb. It's not wanting to accept the consequences for your decisions. So if I can sue and get someone else to pay for my consequences, then why not? That's what happens. That's usually what happens. Like for example, people complained about electric cars being too quiet. And so people get run into by these electric cars because they step out into the road in front of one of these cars and they don't hear it. As if you can't see the 5,000-pound vehicle. Okay? Well, I need to hear it. As if you can hear any modern luxury car. I mean, my dad always bought Lincoln Town cars. He loved Lincoln Town cars. Every few years he had an arrangement with the one dealer who was a good friend of his. Basically the boss, the guy who owned the shop, he'd get like a top of the line town car. And every 2 years he'd get a new town car, every 5 years or whatever. He'd get a brand new town car. And he would sell his old one to my dad. And so my dad would always get a huge discount because the guy drove it around for the last 2 or 3 years, and it would be the Cartier, the L edition, have all the bells and whistles, the nicest colors, and so my dad, he would sell it to him, he wouldn't, no under the table crap and nonsense, it's legit. My dad got financing and all that stuff, but by being willing to take the car that the boss has been driving around for the last couple of years, he got a really nice car for a really good price. We're talking, $70,000 package for $40,000. It's used, 2 years old. They depreciate pretty quickly. But anyway, if that car is running, you can't hear it. The only way you're gonna know if that car's running is if you put your hand on it. And if you're near the hood, you might feel the vibration of that car running. Any other part of the car, you wouldn't know. But there's no way in hell you're hearing that car. Nobody's hearing that car. It could be 2 o'clock in the morning, pitch dark, pitch black, pitch quiet, not a cricket cricketing anywhere. You're not going to hear that car. The sound of the tires rolling on the asphalt is louder than the car. So don't give me this shit that electric cars are too quiet. Cars have been that quiet for decades. What the problem is your dumb, stupid, fucking piece of shit, lazy ass stepped out into the road without actually going, look left, look right, look left. No, you just stepped out, got whacked by a car, and then your lawyer said, hey, wait a minute, that was a hybrid, it's quiet. Let's blame that and we can get you some money. That's exactly what happened. That's precisely what happened. Why pay for your mistakes when you can make someone else pay for your mistakes, right? But that's exactly why that kind of nonsense happens. As if we haven't had quiet luxury cars for the last couple of decades. Seriously, go up to a modern new Lincoln or other similar luxury car, and while it's already running, and you can't tell the difference between which one's running, which one isn't running. It's that quiet. Those cars are silent. Even the cranking of the engine is pretty quiet. I mean, they really did a good job of making those cars quiet. But KFC pissed me off last night. Every once in a while, I can't do it very often because I don't have the money. But every once in a while, I'll get that Tuesday deal KFC has, $10 for an 8-piece bucket. I love their chicken. The rest of their food is garbage. Their biscuits that used to be fire are now like just absolutely garbage. They literally taste like cardboard. The honey is honey flavored high fructose corn syrup, and the butter is margarine. Oh, OBS Studio just disconnected and then reconnected. Probably because I'm uploading. Should be done. Yes, it is done. Okay. Um, stop turning on. So I order at 8:15. That's 45 minutes to closing. Actually, I think they closed at 10, so it's an hour and 45 minutes before closing. It might have been 9. I get there, 20 minutes later. It's 25 after, and he says no bone-in chicken left. Okay, what about tenders? No tenders left. No chicken. Why'd you say no bone-in chicken if you have no chicken at all? Just say you have no chicken. Okay, I was like, okay, well, how do I cancel the order? You don't have any other meat. You're a chicken place. It's not like I can get a burger instead. You're not a combo Taco Bell, so I can't just get you to give me $11 worth of Taco Bell. And he says, well, that's a third-party app. We have nothing to do with that. So I couldn't contact support last night because, they're closed, obviously. So I had to wait until today to contact chat, wait 20 minutes for somebody to pick up and say, hey, I need to cancel this order. I want my $11 back. What's worse is I couldn't even go to another KFC and get the chicken because that you can only redeem that once. That deal, you have to click. It's like a coupon you redeem inside the app, and it's a one-time use thing. So, and since he can't cancel the order, and there isn't even a guarantee that if he did cancel the order, that would give me the coupon back. But obviously it didn't, so I couldn't even go to another KFC and get the chicken. Like, I want my chicken. I just wanted to bite somebody. I wanted to bite someone real bad. How can you be a chicken place and be out of chicken? I know exactly what happened. He's a penny pincher, and he doesn't want any wasted chicken, so he refused to do another batch of chicken, even though he had an hour till closing, because he didn't want to close and have chicken to throw away. That's exactly why he did it. Well, how about you run a batch when a person orders? I've had that happen before. I've pulled up the drive-thru and says, okay, we're out of this. It's going to take like 12 or 14 minutes or whatever it is to run through the deep fry cycle. I was like, that's no problem. I'll wait. I was like, you want me to pull around to the front? You know, I'm the green car. I was like, okay, if you want to wait, sure, I'll wait. I'll wait. I drive around and I wait. He could have done that, and he wouldn't have wasted any chicken. Lazy bastard. No, it's not forgetting to do bulk orders. What I guarantee you, what it is one of these guys who's a penny pincher, um, who wants to nickel and dime everything he can out of it. He probably hates that coupon because he thinks he's taking a loss on it, and he might be, even though the franchise isn't. Um, he probably hates the coupon. He probably hates when people use it because he wants the full price, and he's the kind of guy who he wants to end the night with no waste. And so what happens? They stop cooking chicken early so that they don't have, because if you have any leftover chicken at the end of the shift, it gets thrown away. I mean, unless you're going to take it home, it's going to get thrown away. And of course, God forbid if you would give that to his employees, no way in hell. They'll fire you before giving it to you. So he wanted to make sure that no chicken got thrown away, so he stopped the boiler early. Also, by stopping the deep fryers early, they can clean up early and they can get out of there faster. So 2 reasons. 1, so they can get out of there quicker. And 2, so there's no wastage. Now that I'm thinking about it, he sounded, I don't know. I don't like being, what do you call it when you assume something about somebody based on the way they sound? What do you call it when you do that? When you judge a book by its cover, I guess is what you'd call that. But I don't like doing that. But it was either one of those. It was either they wanted to avoid any wastage, or they wanted to clean up early and get out of there. I was like, well, then make your closing time 8 and not 9. But then they'd want to close up at 7. You see what I mean? It's a lose-lose because they're selfish and greedy. It's not that big a deal. It's an 8-piece chicken. It's just I was really in the mood for it. I really, really wanted some of that crispy chicken last night. Stereotyping, that's it. I want to avoid doing that. You know something? The Kroger's Big K, Dr. K, and cream zero sugar is really freaking good. That just annoyed me because I wanted that chicken so bad. Man, I wanted that chicken. And a few nights ago, like what, 5 or 6 nights ago, I got a Domino's pizza for $7, and I had to throw away half of it because I got really sick that night. Like, I thought I was going to be up all night with my stomach hurting, but thankfully, I guess it was just enough to avoid that. My stomach was not happy, and I did not sleep well. And the only thing I'd eaten was that pizza. And so I'm afraid to eat the rest of the pizza because I'm thinking there's something wrong with the pizza that made me sick. Probably not. It was probably a coincidence, but I literally ate nothing else that day but that and Twizzlers. And I've eaten Twizzlers since, and I haven't gotten sick since. So I know the Twizzlers didn't do it. So now that's half a pizza that went in the garbage because I'm afraid to eat it because I don't want to get sick like that. Yeah, but it's not the same. It's just not. The fried chicken is not. I don't want fried chicken. I want Kentucky fried chicken because it's got that super crunchy, crispy um skin on it. See, I don't like eating skin. My sister loves skin. I'll hand her my plate first, and she'll pull all the skin off because she eats the skin. She loves the skin. Um, but unless it's crispy, then I go crazy. I love the crispy. And the deli counter chicken is just not the same. It's not the same coating. It's not the same batter. It's not even close. The closest, which is actually superior to KFC. Um, well, actually, it's kind of weird. I like their batter better, but I like KFC's chicken better. Is Popeyes. Popeyes has fantastic crispy chicken. Oh man, it's like crunch, like yum. Churches, Churches didn't blow me away. All their other stuff is good. Their chicken is good, but the rest, like their biscuits, are out of this fucking world. Oh, those diabetic biscuits are incredible. That's what they are. They're diabetes biscuits because that's got to be sugar they're covered in. It's good. They're so sweet. It's got to be sugar they're covered in. But Churches is decent. Popeyes is amazing. I love Popeyes. That's one of my favorites. But I haven't. This is the first time I would. Well, I didn't get it, so I can't count it as the first time. This would have been the first time I've had KFC in like a year because they're just so insidiously expensive anymore. I mean, do you see what chicken costs? No, no, not what their cost is, because their cost is nothing. Chicken is one of the cheapest meats available. I can go to the grocery store and pay less than $4 a pound for chicken. Right, and I'm buying wings and shit like that, like $1.50 a pound. Right? So why the hell does chicken cost so much at a restaurant? When you go to when you buy chicken tenders and shit like that. Why does it cost so much? Is it just a fuck you because we can? Is it really that simple? Even the sit down restaurants are taking advantage of it. Did you see Chili's latest advertisement? 10.99 free choice your way QPC burger. Because of how expensive a quarter pounder is at McDonald's. It's nuts. It's price gouging. Don't anybody who even thinks about uttering the word inflation, I just want to take my extraordinarily heavy duty forever flashlight. I just want to back you across the head. Because if you think inflation is 300 and 400%, you're nuts. Okay? If the prices went up 10%, I'd say, okay, that's inflation. Because inflation was around 8%. But no, the prices are going up double, triple, quadruple. I mean, a 12-piece chicken tenders at KFC is $24. And it's half the size it used to be. You used to get actual tenders. Now half the ones you get are like fingers. You used to get tenders. Now you get fingers. They're almost nuggets. It's like, you want me to pay what? For what? Fuck you. Some of that shit's crazy. Well, the problem is everything else KFC sells sucks now. One of my favorite things I would used to do is when I worked at Radio Shack is we in the same shopping center we had a KFC, and they call them tenders, but I don't call that tenders. That doesn't look like tenders to me. That looks like fingers to me. Okay, a tender used to be like a fillet. It would be, you'd have a thick end and it would taper down to a thin end and it would be about this big, an actual tender. Raising Cane's is fantastic. Their chicken is not crunchy, which sucks, but the batter tastes good. The dipping sauce is good, but the price is insane. It's you pay so much money and get so little chicken. It's like you're that the Raising Cane's drives me even more crazy because it's a strict menu place. One of the philosophies of Raising Cane's is limited menu. They don't offer very much. Matter of fact, you have like 4 or 5 choices. That's it. And by doing that, they can streamline their their provisioning. They can streamline their what do you call it commissary orders. And they still charge a stupidly ridiculous price for fucking chicken. I mean, they're literally charging prime rib prices for the cheapest chicken money can buy. So yes, Raising Cane's is fantastic. When they opened that one up in here in Albuquerque, we went and got some because I'd never had Raising Cane's before. Is it good? Yes. Did I like it? Yes. Will I go back? No. Because I'm not paying $9 for a couple little tiny pieces of chicken. I'm just not doing it. I can literally go buy a 3-pound pack of chicken, boneless, skinless chicken breasts, and cook them up. Mmm. My favorite is still Popeyes. I love Popeyes. It's that crisp. The chicken is actually not as good. Their tenders tend to have the. It tends to be the lower quality pieces of meat, so you end up with that connective tissue that's hard to bite through sometimes, which is really annoying. Yeah, me too. I'm just thinking, do I have any chicken in my freezer? Because I was just thinking, I'm hungry for chicken now. I want to go buy some chicken strips. Because actually, believe it or not, this is going to sound crazy, but the best deal on chicken strips right now is McDonald's. They're still stupidly expensive, but they're at least good, hot, juicy, and fresh. They're good versus the half burnt ones at Sonic that are sometimes okay and sometimes not so great. But oh, and it's just so expensive. The Watch the latest Chili's ad. They rag on McDonald's hard. Oh man. And then of course we get screwed living here, in outside of the city. The double quarter pounder is $7.09. If you go to Albuquerque, $7.09. Here in Edgewood, McDonald's, it's $9.69. So they charge a $2.60 penalty for buying it here in Edgewood. Well, I just don't buy it anymore. I'll never buy it again, ever again. Nope, never again. I need a back scratch. My back needs to be scratched. This is not long enough. Oh, just barely. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I have to build a strong wall in my house. I have no strong walls. This one here is kind of okay. That one right there is a short wall. It's sort of okay. But I gotta get rid of this stupid cheap plastic strips that they use, and I gotta put a proper molding on it because I need a bare wall. I like being able to go up to a nice hard wall and just rub my back against it. It feels so good. But none of the walls in my house are suitable for it. But the next what we're gonna work on next week, just to keep everybody updated, is we're going to make the tower light. Use these. I have enough of them. I got 5 of them to make a tower light. So we're gonna make that. These are about $3 a pop. That's gonna run on tool batteries. So that's gonna be a tool battery light. And so you'll just buy one of these $3 adapters that allows you to plug in your tools to whatever you want. You just buy whatever one is for your tools. And by the way, if you have any Chinese tools, that come with batteries that aren't standard, they probably are standard. Most of the Chinese batteries, the generic now the Chinese batteries that are trying to make a name for themselves, they'll usually have a proprietary connector. But the generic $40 Chinese tools that come with a battery, they're usually Makita. That seems to be the one they're knocking off for their own tools. So most of the Chinese tools are Makita tools. They're actually Makita battery compatible. And obviously you need to verify that, but that way you can use the if you have a whole bunch of those cheap Chinese tools, you can use Makita adapters to take advantage of them, just to be able to utilize them. The other thing they're nice for is things like this. If you confirm that your tool is Makita compatible, then you buy a Makita version of this, and they make cheaper ones that don't have a display. You can usually get them for about 12 to 15 bucks. But the nice thing is, you just put it on that cheap Chinese battery that is Makita compatible, and then just leave it on there. That's it. Just leave it. And what that does is it turns it into a bi-directional USB-C PD 65 watt power bank, or if you use this one, 140 watt. Um, so that you can now use it as a power bank and also charge it up by USB. So who cares what kind of charger it is? Once you have this on there, you're good. So that's a good way of utilizing those cheap batteries. I got one here somewhere for your, those tools you buy, like my ankle biter, grass cutter from hell tool. You can't buy that as an official tool battery unit. They don't make it. But it turns out it was Makita compatible. So I bought a $10 adapter, and now I can slap my DeWalt batteries on there. Yum. The other thing I want to try my hand at is I want to make a backpack for batteries. So I can put 4 or 8 batteries in a backpack and put it on my back and have a cable coming around. And then I'm thinking about putting an inverter in there and making a portable welder. So I can have a Ghostbusters proton pack, but I weld with it. That's actually pretty cool. Design it to look like a proton pack. That would be fun. Damn, that would be fun. I just might have to do that now. Make a Ghostbusters proton pack that's basically just a big battery pack for welding. I got the rest of the parts printed in the I got the top part all printed in the Icelandic blue. So now I just got to figure out what TPU I want to use for this. I'm probably going to Filamentum doesn't make a really nice TPU. They have plenty of colors, but none of their exotic colors. No Icelandic blue or neon orange or Wizard's Voodoo. It's just like their signal yellow, signal red, clear, brown. None of the really, oh, that's a pretty colors. So I'm probably gonna, when I have the money, splurge on a roll of Cookie CAD TPU because they have a transparent with glitter, or maybe with green. Problem is, I don't want the green to steal the show from the blue, so I'm probably going to use the clear because I want to highlight the Icelandic blue because I love this blue. Um, I really wish they had a TPU in the Icelandic blue because that would go really nice if I printed one of these flashlight bodies in the the neon orange. Yeah, this will be my go-to. This will be my default. Is the my Icelandic blue. So I just think that's so pretty. Very, very pretty. Now for the orange one, the Polymaker TPU goes very well with it. That's a nice combo. I wish this was a brighter blue, but beggars can't be choosers. Gotta get what you can get. Uh, what else? I can't really do anything with the USB speaker. It's going to be based on this. The central body is going to be this, and then I'll just make the attachments to go on the ends speakers. Although it's going to be a bayonet and not a screw, since I'm going to have 2 ends. Well, basically, there will be no screws. It'll just slide on, and you'll put a screw through it at 3 points to hold it together. That way I can make sure they both face the same way. Now, here's a question, if you guys know anything about this. They have another unit that has a it's a 50-watt amplifier, 2 times 25 watt. So that means it can drive 2 25-watt speakers. So here's a question. If I take 2 15-watt speakers and hook them in parallel, now I have theoretically a 30-watt speaker to plug into a 25-watt channel. Will that work? Can I do that? Can I put two speakers together on one channel and to get closer to the power rating, to get nicer sound out of it? I don't know if that works or not. I don't know if I could do that. Because I was thinking about making a unit that has two of these batteries in it. So I have 128 watt hours with 4 speakers, and still be pretty compact to make just something that'll run forever. It'll just run and run and run and run and run. But I'm also going to make a small one. It's going to be a little one with 2 speakers on the ends. One here, 2 5-watt speakers, and just a simple board. All you have is an on-off knob with volume. That's it. Keep it simple, dummy. But I'm also thinking about if I could get an affordable source for these batteries. Although I might go down to like 10 amp hours and then use 4 so that I can get to that 3 or 4 of them to get to that 6 to 12 volt range. Natively without having a bucker boost. And still want to do the handheld light with one of these big emitters on it. One of these things on it. Still want to do a handheld version of that. There it is. These, because it's so handy. It's just such a nice little unit, and it's about the right size. If I have a handheld unit this big and this mounted on it like that on 2 arms, that's about the right size. It's almost perfect. So just have 2 little arms come up, and then those arms will be polygons so that you can actually sit this at angles in the light where you want. But that would be an area light that would have like maybe a 10-hour runtime running something like this. The only problem is that's going to require boost circuitry because this is designed to run off of 12 to 24 volts. So I would have to boost the 2.5, 3 volts coming out of this to 12 volts to run this. Although I guess I could. Problem is you really need 4 cells if you're going to do that. You need a 4S configuration. How big are those batteries? Let's close some of these windows. Let's do LIFEO4. So let's see what's available in 10 amp hours. They make basically ready to go setups. So there's a 12 volt 10 amp hour. It's a 4S. That's not exactly 12 volts though. That's as low as 8 volts. Because the min charge for lithium iron is 2 volts. So a 4S is between 8 and 15 volts. You really want to get a proper 12 volt battery, you really want a 5S configuration. But this module will run off of 6 to 12 volts, so that's fine. That's not so bad. 36 bucks for a ready to go battery. Not great, but it's not bad. Okay, so it's a 38-120. That's the size of the cell, 38-120. So let's do a search for 3.2 volt, 38,120. Not what I wanted. That's not a super common battery size. Why isn't it coming up? Ooh, 45 amp hour. Yow! That's a big battery. Okay, maybe that's not a common battery size. What about Amazon? Why'd you go here? Here. Oh, by the way, Amazon's apple cinnamon oatmeal is pretty good. 120 battery. There's the dividers. Okay, so I guess that's not a common battery size. It's not as common as I thought. That's the trick, is figuring out what the common battery is so that you can get it real cheap. I could go flat pack. That's all right as long as it's well, that's not bad. That's for 4 of them. It's not. Wait a minute. This says 38,120, but this says 4152. What the fuck? Is it 4152 or is it a no? Because the C40 is 40 by 130. These can't be bigger than that. But it says 40 by 152 and 470 grams. Why is this so heavy? How could this be 75% the size, but larger and heavier than what I have? Unless, nope. I don't get it. Sometimes it's very hard to get reliable information from these manufacturers. They're just not reliable. They're just straight up not reliable. See, I'm better off sticking with the bigger cells because they're cheaper. These are expensive, you know. That's $26 each. $27 each. Almost 28. So I'm better off sticking with. What I would love to do is find out what e-bike has these C40 batteries in it and buy like a used battery pack from one of them and take all the cells out of it. Find a way of chucking one of these batteries. Like, for example, what kind of battery is inside this? If it's, I don't want it if it's 18650, but if it's got the batteries that I want in it. But there's just no way of knowing what's going to be inside there. Hmm. That's always the problem, isn't it? It's figuring out how to put in the right words to get what you want. It's always the issue. That looks like a regular charge board. Yeah, I'm hungry for chicken too. That's so annoying. Mm. PPS? See, 8 to 30 volts, and that supports PPS. Ooh. But I would still need a trigger. This is basically a charger. That's pretty nice, though. I wonder, will that boost? Do you have to be above? Like, if I want to get 20 volts out of that, I probably have to feed it 24 volts or better. So does that mean I can limit the wattage if I limit the voltage? Like, if I only feed this 12 volts, will that still try to push 65 watts? I might have to try some of these. They're so cheap. $8 gets me 10 of them. See, I want to make my power strip, but it's so important to do it right. Otherwise, people could burn their house down. The last thing I want is to be responsible for someone burning their house down. That would suck. Oh, I need one of these too. Keep forgetting to get one. And it's, you know what's also really hard to buy lately? It's really hard to buy solder wire because they lie. They lie so much. Like they'll say, okay, 100-gram roll of soldering wire. And you get like 40 grams of soldering wire because the roll is weighted to be 60 grams. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, it's like, screw you, man. Screw you. This is pretty nice if you want a simple 4-way power strip. All you have to do is buy a 200-watt laptop power supply and plug it directly into that. Boom. You have 4 65-watt ports. Eventually, I want to get one of those too. I just don't have the money right now. Don't have money. Don't have money. Ah. Is that? Oh, that's. I thought that was my Switch, 20 for $1. No way. Yeah. No, 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 no. That's a tiny Switch. Doesn't handle the load. Teeny tiny Switch. See, like this here. Oh. Oh. There's a pretty good chance that's a Makita connection. There's a very good chance that that's a Makita compatible connection. Panel mount barrel jacks, nice. This is the newest version of that light. It uses 2 of those cobs plus a central one. They gotta keep coming up with something new to keep people interested. Like these here, they're usually a lie. It says 100 grams. You're lucky if you get half that, because the spool is very thick and heavy, and they count the weight of the spool. I hate when they lie. God, I hate it so much. Oh, cool. That's interesting. A dedicated USB bastard. A lot of these batteries, they have a barrel jack to plug them in to charge them. So this is basically a dedicated USB 21 volt. Sounds like a half-amp, 500 milliamps. Oh, that's actually kind of cool. I mean, it would be a slow charge, but who cares? Oh, little thermal pads. I can't wait to see you print those flashlights, man. I'm excited to see you do that. It's very pleasing when people enjoy the things you create. Makes you feel good, you know? Why is that $6? Why is that $4? Oh, that's because this comes with all this extra stuff. Oh, the food dispenser's empty. Just about empty. Oh no, I can hear it feeding. Nope, I didn't get no pictures. I just uploaded the power bank, by the way, since you got extra batteries. You might want to order some of these PD boards. But this here is same thing. TPU ends, whatever you want from the middle, TPU or otherwise. Takes the same battery, except this one's even easier because all you have to do is 2 solder joints here, 2 solder joints here, and that's it. And now you have a device that has 2 of these boards in it. And those are bi-directional 22.5 watt USB-C PD. And you can use both at the same time. You can also plug 2 chargers in and charge it twice as fast. So you can charge this at 40 watts. Well, I didn't upload a link to the boards. I uploaded a picture. So if you go to the printables listing, just take a picture with your phone and do an image search. But let me get you a link. I could do that too. Let's see my orders. Do not order these from Amazon. They're very expensive on Amazon. And make certain that you get the oh, I never placed the order. But I did. Don't want to order that right now. Yeah, here's 200 of those LEDs for 22 bucks. That's $11.2 each. That's so cheap. Oh my god, it's so cheap. Here we go. Just make sure you get the right one because make sure, because some of them have two versions, lithium ion and lithium iron phosphate, or just make sure it says 3.2 volt lithium iron phosphate. Yeah, here it is. There is the part number. You might want to order a few of these. These are just nice to have on hand. I mean, it's such an easy, simple, straightforward board. You just plug in two wires and you're done. And so there's your positive, there's your negative, and you're done. Bi-directional battery management display to show you how much power is in there. I mean, it's pretty freaking awesome for $4. You don't have to put one on each end either. You could just put one on one end and then a blank cap on the other end, and you'll have a 64 watt hour, 22 watt USB-C PD charging unit. Just pretty freaking cool. But yeah, we check out on this. Ooh, let me switch screens so I don't dox myself again. I already did. And of course, I wasn't showing you the picture because I'm an idiot. I'll show that to you in a second. Come on. Let me check out. Do a search with that number on AliExpress. So go to AliExpress and put that number in the search box. That'll bring up the board. Are you gonna just do something, or are you just gonna sit here? Man, this website can be so slow sometimes. Come on. Come on. I don't want to do PayPal. PayPal's a pain in my ass. Are you telling me I can only do PayPal? Oh, change. Google Pay. That's what I want. Only use Google Pay if at all possible when buying from any of these sites, from eBay, AliExpress, Temu, etc. The site itself is not going to do anything to hurt you. These sites do not want to hurt you. Anybody who thinks they do, you're delusional. However, these sites have piss poor security. Their security is absolute dog shit. My credit card gets leaked every single time I use it on Temu. Every single time. I end up with these spurious charges. I have to call the bank, get a new card. Use Google Pay because Google Pay is tokenized. That means the website never actually gets your For details. Oh shit! I just used the wrong account. I think I'm okay. Yeah, I should be okay. Google Pay is tokenized. What that means is Google has your card number, but the website you use Google Pay on doesn't get your credit card number. They get a one-time use token that literally works one time. So even if that gets hacked, it doesn't matter. It's useless because it's only usable one time, and you used it when you made your purchase. So always, you can't copy text in chat. You're right. You can't. Oh, no, there it goes. Yeah, you can copy. Yeah, I just double click the number and right click copy. Yeah, you can copy the number. Sorry about that. Or on your phone right now, take a picture of that or a screen capture of that. Okay. And then click on this. And it will find everybody who has that for sale. Look for the ones that say choice, because this. Oh, $256. Yeah, then $6 shipping. This one's $450 shipped. $545 shipped. $468 shipped. This one's $321, but it's not lithium iron phosphate. And it's starting to vary. But yeah, that's why when I post the listing to printables, posting a link to AliExpress is pointless because in a week that link won't work, or in a month that link won't work. So instead, I'm going to teach people how to find stuff. Let me show you the way. Switch to this view so you can see what I'm showing you. So, you'll want to print my power bank. You notice one of the pictures is this. Okay? So right-click that picture, save image as. Right? And just save it. Doesn't matter where you save it. Just save it. Now, you come back here to AliExpress or Temu. See the little picture icon right there? Little picture icon? Click upload photo. We're going to go to desktop. And there's the picture. And there you go. There's everybody who has this for sale. And you just you want to look for choice. So there's $545. There's $425. That's the cheapest one. Make sure it says lithium iron phosphate, and you're good to go. If you don't want the display, you can get the one that just has the little LEDs. Okay, but I'd rather have the display. There you go. Super easy. Now the battery, you can do the same thing. You can do a picture of the battery or just type in, this one's a little easier, C40 battery. This one's a little harder because you have to find them. They're not so easy to find. Find for a good price. So yeah, that's $30 for one. I mean, that's not a horrible deal, but that's a lot more than you should have to pay for that. That's $10, I think. Yeah, that's not bad. So if you're buying bulk, that's 8 of them for $82. That's $8 each. That's $10 each. That's not bad. Actually, if I had the money, I'd order that. I'd order 8 of them, but I don't have the money. I do not have the money. Go away. Damn it. Oh, that was not free shipping. Well, be careful. I don't know what the shipping was for that. That one's free shipping. That's a different size cell. 30 amp hour, C46. Okay. I didn't know you can get them that big. Yeah, I wonder why the price has gone up. You can get these for like 12 bucks each last week. And now you're looking at 20. Damn it. Ooh, you can get 40 amp hour. Yowza. That's a big battery. Wow. That's 160 watt hours in a single battery. Damn. To my email. Hang on. You switch off. Go to my email. Is it cold? Come on. There it is. Come on. Now I can switch back. That is a clean print, dude. I mean, that is seriously clean. I have a new version of this where I soften these edges a little bit so they're not so sharp. I already uploaded it. Oh, that's clean. I like that purple. Damn. Oh, by the way, the USB power cap, the USB power bank cap, this here will fit on the flashlight. So you can just print these couple parts and you can upgrade your flashlight. Just make sure you run an extra um, wire up the length of the flashlight for it. Oh, wow. I love that purple. Wow. Oh, that is awesome. Make sure you post those to printables. Post a make. Once you have it done, post a make to printables. Dude, that is beautiful. Wow. And Chroma Galaxy. Man, that's beautiful. What printer did that? And that's a fantastic TPU print. I mean, that's clean. Bamboo does a good job. Give them credit. They do a good job. I don't like the proprietary, but they make good shit. It's hard to argue with the results. Damn it, why are these batteries so expensive? Ooh. Ah, that's 23 for one. Boo, hiss, boo, hiss. Oh, I'll just have to keep looking for batteries. I'll eventually find a good deal. Damn it, that's so much money. That's 16 bucks a piece. I had to wait. It was that cheap once, it'll be that cheap again. Fantastic case. Thank you. Just a lot of the times, I know a lot of people they won't print something until someone else does it first. So until they see a make, they won't print it. Also, I'm thinking about there is one more change I was thinking about making to the flashlight. Let me think about this. It wouldn't affect anything that you did, but I realized that I can print that bidirectionally. So I might be able to nice. I might be able to have the flashlight print this way. No, that won't work because of this. No, that won't work because of that. I'm always thinking of ways to make it easier. Since this has a bigger footprint, it'd be a little more stable than this footprint. That's fine. I need a roll of TPU. All I have is maybe 100 grams of the. Oh, ooh, that hurt. Let's see what I can find. TPU. Does that look like TPU to you? No, that does not look like TPU to you. So why the fuck are you showing me this? I hate when it does that. Ooh, pink. Now pink would look pretty good with the blue. Ooh. And that dark blue looks really nice too. Now the advantage of this is you get all different colors, but that's a heavy price to pay. I would really like to get softer. Well, that's not so bad. 31 bucks and you get 2 kilograms. It's 15.60 a pop. That's pretty too. Now, see, now that would be pretty if you printed the entire flashlight with that. Green is nice. Has anybody tried printing the silk TPU yet? Is the layer bonding okay? Haven't tried the silk TPU. Wow, that's pretty. 64D, that's really hard. 57D is really hard too. The D range is a lot harder. That's the cookie CAD. That's really nice. I love glitter. It's pretty. Styro's really nice too. Color changing. Uh, let's see. I guess softer. I think. I think the Polymaker's 85A. Okay, so I can get some colors. That's nice, but it's not worth 50 bucks. Soraya Tech is good company. Oh, that's nice. It's like cotton candy. $80. Yeah, you can keep it. Holy crap. Let's see if there's any other glitters. So we know the cookie CAD's going to pop up. Well, there's some, and that's not a bad color. It's more expensive, but and they have yellow and green. Is that a kilogram? Transparent. Multicolored transparent. I like multicolored transparent. Yep, I think this is what we're going to get. I could justify spending that. Save for later. Save for later. Come on, go away. There we go. Oh, let's not dox myself. Again. Should order 2, but I ain't got enough. As long as I'm careful, that'll let me print like 3 or 4 projects. And they'll all be different colors. Yeah, I like that. And it's amilen. Amilen makes good filament. Good colors. Wait a minute, is that going to be here tomorrow? Nice. Sweet. See, now I wish I could order 2 because that one would be worthy of printing the entire body in TPU just for shiggles. For no other reason than because I can. Ooh. What's that? Oh, man. They have Galaxy TPU, but it's all 250 gram rolls. No one wants 250 gram rolls. Come on. Nice. I look forward to that. Alrighty. I do believe I'm going to call it. So, let me get that link posted for printables first. I almost forgot to add it to the description. I have a spot for it. I just got to add it. There's the Roadrunners in 13 minutes. Come on. My profile, 3D models. Come on. Copy. We go here. Back to 100% so I can see the buttons. Where's it at? Where's it at? Where's it at? Stream settings. Edit. And add the link. Go. Save. Okay. There. Now the link is added to the listing for the power bank. Now this would look good with that Galaxy Blue TPU. That bright blue glitter TPU. This orange would look really nice together. Because this is a bright neon and this is a pastel. So it's not as nice. Oh, I could like my own print. I know I could like my own. And there's a make. Yay. That's a beautiful purple. Be careful with the cap is good to print in that, but you don't want to go too crazy on these. You'll be fine, but don't, for anybody else, don't go too crazy on the infill and perimeters for the TPU parts. Because remember, you want these parts to give. You want the TPU parts to be squishy. Because if the TPU parts are too solid, they might not provide enough protection if you drop it. They probably will. I'm probably once again, I'm probably overthinking it. But for example, I did like 10 or 15% on this part here with 2 perimeters. And then this part here, the bottom, I did like 10 or 15% and 2 perimeters. And then the threads part, I did 25% and 3 perimeters. Because I was worried about this part being too flexible and bulging out when you threaded it. But so I want this part to be nice and rigid so those threads will hold. But I want this part here to be squishy. See, I want that to squish. You know, because that squish is what's going to protect it when you drop it. So you don't want it too rigid. That's one of the reasons why I softened up the edges of this. Is too because if it hits that point, that's going to concentrate a lot of the force. But you want this. See, I hate how I'm not a fan of how rigid this is. So that's why I try to print it a little lighter if I can. But I'm probably overthinking it. That's probably still more than soft enough to do it. Yeah, I got to get all of this transferred to my new body, but I'm waiting to I want to get another one of these in so that I can do this really nice one with the USB bottom. Here's the little brackets for the once I print the TPU parts. Yeah, the Amelin. That's worthy. Amelin is worthy of Filamentum. So I'll put them two together. Go from there. If anybody finds a good source, I found a good source of the 1-inch screws. I think I paid like $16 for 500 of them. So I have a what is quite literally a lifetime supply of these now. If anybody finds a good deal on 500 half inch, let me know. I haven't found a really good deal on 500 half inch. I'm probably eventually going to get half inch, 3/4, and 1 1/4 and 1 1/2 inch, just because these are the screws. These are the screws that you should be using for 3D printing. Okay, this is what's called a modified truss head. Come on, you autofocus. I know you're capable of focusing it. You're just choosing not to. You're choosing to be a prick. There we go. That's called a modified truss head. It's basically a pan head screw and a washer combined into one. And the reason those are very, very good, no, Fastenal is expensive. I need cheap. Like really cheap. um, the reason these are the kind of screws you want to use is because it spreads the load over a larger area of plastic when you put it through the piece. Um, the worst thing you can use is the countersunk screws that have the beveled edge, because they'll just pull right through the plastic. This will compress the plastic and hold it. And because it has basically a washer built in, it spreads that over as much area as you can. So that's what you want to use. It's called a modified truss head. So if you just do for whatever screw you want and add the word truss, TRUSS, it should bring up that type of head. And that is the modified truss head that you want. See how big of a head that has? That makes a real big difference when it comes to holding your 3D prints together or the parts just ripping themselves apart. If you ever put a screw through a plastic and you split it, that's why, because that countersunk head pushes the plastic apart. This doesn't push it apart and it compresses. Eventually I'm going to order I'm going to order 500 of each size. I just can't afford it right now. I got a little pack where I can put together some. I got a little pack of 100. But I want to get all the sizes, because this is what I want to use in most cases when I do any kind of hand heads and truss heads. It's not even about do you need a screw that big. It's about having a large enough head to spread the load so it doesn't crack. It's split. Um, and I even modeled the threads into the plastic, so the holes in this plastic are actually modeled after the threads. Although I think I made them a hair too small, but they thread in fine. I haven't had a problem getting them to thread in. But I figure by modeling it to match the threads, um, it won't split. All the way in. In fact, that reminds me, I gotta add 4 screws to this one. Is this what you're looking for? And then I don't see anything. Oh, you're Big Bad Joe. I gotta make you a moderator again. Hang on. So you can post links. Let's see. Add as moderator. Go. All right, go ahead. You can post a link now. I guess when you changed your name, it took away the moderator status. Number 8 half-inch Phillips modified truss head, self-tapping. Possibly, but stainless steel. And not with the drill head. Pointy head, but not the drill head. Ooh, that did not go in straight. Why isn't that going in straight? It's like being diverted. I do not want to crack this. This would be hard to replace. I'm almost out of that plastic. The hole got diverted. Not good. Not good at all. Go ahead and repost that. It'll let you post a link now. Should. I added you as a moderator. It's all right. I wonder why. Oh, because ABS is softer. ABS is, in fact, a softer plastic. I might have to scale up those holes just a tiny bit. Yeah, this is one of the cleanest projects I've made in a long time, where it's really well refined. The problem is I get a lot of projects where I get to like 90%, and then I get bored and I jump to another project. Well, it's not that I get bored with the current project, it's I am more enticed by the other project, and so this gets left behind. But this one, I got it all the way to completion. It's done. Like, there really isn't much I can do to improve this. It's about as fine-tuned as it can get. There are things I could do. For example, I could substantially shorten. Well, no, actually, I couldn't shorten this very much because the length is limited by the battery, and you really do need this space for all the wires. It's beautiful. That's going to look really nice with that AMOLED TPU. I want to add that to my wish list. Come on. Come on. Why are you being so slow? You slow-mo. Yeah, no, the only problem is the tip. That's the wrong tip. That one has the drilling tip that's designed to go through sheet metal. And those are no good. If you keep scrolling down, you'll see number 8 half-inch modified truss, 150 pieces, has just a point. Zinc plated. Oh, I can show you. This style, not this style. See, this is designed to be a drill bit, basically, to go through the material, which is fine, but the problem is we have limited space here. And we need threads to hold together. And so, 30% of this screw has no threads. So that style there. They should have stainless. Number 8 by half-inch truss stainless. Let's see. Here we go. Here's 100 for $6. That's not that bad. Oh, well, there's a better deal. There's 250 for $10. That's not bad. Not bad. Here's 260 for $9. There's 250 for 7. Nope, that's the drill tip one. Don't want the drill tip one. There you go. If you want to build a bunch of these, that's your best deal right there. $9 for 260 of them. Link. Yeah, link. Come on, give me the link. Linky, linky, linky. There you go. That, if you're going to build a bunch of these, that's what I would use right there. $9. Even if you're only going to build a few, I mean, you're going to pay the same price. You're going to pay $6 or $7 no matter what. So you might as well get 260. And you never have to worry about it rusting. They have the other sizes too. Looks like same price for the 3/4. And they also have 1.5s for the same price. Wow. Okay. How much for the 1/4 inch? Same price. That's weird. Usually I guess they have enough of a profit margin that they can just charge the same price for all of them. I'm going to add that to my list. Let's see. Found it on Amazon. Because, you might be able to save pennies ordering. Oh, here's another way to do this. Watch this. So right click, take a screenshot of that. Then you come into AliExpress. Click the camera, upload photo. And where is it? Downloads. There it is. Sometimes this works. Screws are a little weird, but it could work. By the way, these would be an M4.2 in metric, but it's not finding the truss heads. Those are kind of nice for low profile. See how flat that is? Those would be good too. That style would also be good. No. I mean, these are fine. I wanted to stick with Phillips because everyone has a Phillips screwdriver. 500 pieces. Oh, those are for M2s. Those are for the little ones. Huh. Very cool. Yeah, that image search is really handy. I love that image search. I want to add that. Well, let me take off the screen before I dox myself. Let's see. Come on. Come on. Highlight, please. Yeah, I got the apple cinnamon oatmeal from Amazon. And it was 16 cents a packet, 16.8 cents a packet. It was good. I liked it. I'm a sucker for oatmeal. I like oatmeal. Seriously? Oh, it is so slow. That shouldn't be here. What's that thing? Is Tech Bear still available? No. The listing is still there. They are still available. Ooh. Tech Bears is back. I wonder if they're as cheap as they used to be. Yes. Holy crap, Tech Bears is back and they're cheap. Check this out, guys. That's Tech Bears filament that I like. They're back and they're cheap. Freaking awesome. $37 for 4 kilograms. Oh, hell yeah. And they have colors. You can get this pink, yellow, orange, green. Looks like orange, red, gray, blue. 4 transparent colors and 4 solid colors. Oh, hell yeah. I love Tech Bears. Their white is a little bit brittle, but it's not bad for projects you're working on. Shit. And they have 10 kilogram selections? How much? $10 kilograms for not available. 112, not a good deal. 112 is not a good deal for 10 kilograms. You can get better than that, especially since you could buy it by the 4 kilograms for $9.26 a roll. Hell yeah. Oh, is it cheaper with subscribe and save? I thought one of them had a subscribe and save. It probably did. Some of them might have a subscribe and save, so check that. I thought I just saw a subscribe and save for 35. Yeah, no, that's 39. $38. I thought I just saw a $35. Oh, it was the black. It was the black for 35. Okay. What's all 17 options? How much are there? 1 kilogram. Not horrible. Definitely not horrible. If we're buying one at a time. And it looks like they only have black in the double at 18. As soon as you go up to 4, they have a bunch of options. These two especially are nice, the 4 transparent colors and these colors. Because these are just not colors you normally get a hold of. Pink, yellow, orange, green. And then, of course, having transparent is always nice. Yeah, any of these. Jesus, that's nice. And of course, you got your standard red, white, blue, black. Then you can also get red, orange, blue, gray, and pink, yellow, orange, green, and your 4 transparents. That's okay. That's awesome. So I add that to my wish list. I also want to add this to. Oh no, not that one. Let's add the cool colors. Let's add that to filament deals because that is a great price. ABS Petchy Nylon. Yeah, I like tech bears. I used up all my tech bears. Remember the big blue and white boxes that came with 2 kilograms each for $20? Hell yeah. That is awesome. I was wondering why that showed up again, and that's why, because they're available again. Sweet. I haven't tried it yet, but I'm gonna try it later tonight. Well, no, not tonight. I'm getting something else tonight. But I got this uh Kraft garlic parmesan mac and cheese. I want to try that and see how good it is. This was surprisingly good, and I got the 15% off. I think I did. Oh, I might not have done the 15% off. I'll have to do that again, maybe. Normally, maple brown sugar is the cheapest, but for some reason, the apple cinnamon is the cheapest. I wonder why. I might have to order a whole bunch of this while it's still available. Now, how does that compare to Sam's Club? Well, hold on. First, let's check Walmart. Hey guys, here's a question for you guys. Maybe you'll know. One of the reasons I like using my phone, one of the reasons I like using my phone to do stuff is because I can talk to it. So if I go into Walmart, for example, I can tap the voice icon and say, great value oatmeal. And there you go. I could do a search for great value oatmeal. There has to be a way to do that on the PC. There has to be a way to create a universal, I could do it in any screen I want to, press a button and use my microphone and voice dictate. Uh, Is there no way to do that on the PC? I just find it so um fuck do I make you go away? It would just be so nice to be able to just go, tap a button and just tell it, talk to it. Okay. So yeah, that's cheaper than see this one's 12.3 cents an ounce for maple brown sugar, but the varieties cost more. Well, I know it's a Windows thing, but how do you invoke it? Like, how do you do it? Like, I want to be able to click on this little box right here and just speak. Obviously, I'd have to press a key or something to invoke that. But how do I do that? I've got a microphone sitting right here. You know, there's got to be a way to do that. So, how did you enable that? Where? Let's see, control panel, search, dictation. Oh no! Don't you dare spill. Um, is this the Windows key? Yes. So H. Window H didn't do anything. Oh, it did something. To use dictation, go to settings and turn on speech recognition. There we go. Uh, Speech recognition. Yeah. Okay. See if that works. Great value oatmeal. You rock! You're awesome! Oh, that's badass. Oh, hell yes. Now I can do searches on YouTube from my bed. That's awesome. That makes me happy. 15. Oh, they're actually Walmart's cheaper. 15.1 cents an ounce for apple cinnamon. That's actually cheaper than the Amazon. Okay. Well, that solves that. I think $1.87, 10 apple cinnamon oatmeals. Value pack 20. How much do we save? 0.1 cents. 0.1 cents. Oh my god. It's literally what is that? 2 pennies cheaper. It's 2 cents cheaper. You're saving 1 penny per pack. Yay! Oh man. I wish they had more flavors. Now, I would like to try that lemon cream. That's new. Oh, come on. Why would you tease me with that? That sucks. I'd like to try that. Hi. How you doing, baby? Come here. Just want to see you. Yeah, they like you. Yeah. You want your head scruffed? Want to lay down with Ender? Huh? Yeah. You're a good boy. Oh, crap. It's almost 3 o'clock. I got to get out of here. The Roadrunner is going to start. Ow. That hurts. Alrighty. Thank you so much for that. Who was that? Woodville. Oh, hell yeah. And Cassandra. So just hit Control H. It'll pop up a message up at the top. Oh, it looks like it leaves a bar there. That's annoying. I could probably turn it on and off. Yeah, I could turn it on and off. Hit Control H. You'll see a bar pop up telling you have to enable voice dictation. Click on it. Enable voice dictation, and then from then on, Control H will work. But that's it. You now have links to print the flashlight. You now have links to print the USB power bank. I'm going to start working on the tower components and head for the work light. And then once the parts come in, we'll start working on the Bluetooth speaker. I'd like to make a Bluetooth speaker that is designed around these batteries. Because the battery is so, I don't expect it to be a very high quality speaker. Probably going to be a pretty crap quality speaker. But if it's good enough for like audiobooks, podcasts, that'd be good enough for me. And hey, don't bully him. Gee, you can laugh at me all you want. Goddamn bully. Yeah. Yeah. Bully. No, that's Windows 10. But when I get the AMOLED TPU in tomorrow, I will print the TPU parts for this because they'll be a very pretty multicolor transparent. Also, Cookie CAD has exotic colors in ABS as well. You know that. But of course, they're also expensive at $35. But that's bespoke filament. When you buy, atomic filament and MLN and Cookie CAD, you're buying bespoke filament. You're buying niche, very nice specialty filament like Protopasta. So you're gonna expect to pay. But that's it. I will see you guys later. Bye. Sandra, print a flashlight. Just download the power bank and print out the USB cap parts to put the USB cap on it. And don't forget, it's only like $2 shipping if you order one power board, but you might as well order a couple other things to get the $10 free shipping, like some screws and stuff like that you're gonna need to flashlight and stuff like that. But that's it. I will see you guys later.